drive Frappe's growth in Europe and UK. And this is my co-host Faraz.
Hi, good afternoon everyone. I'm Faraz Khatri. I take care of the enterprise business at Frappe. I hope you had a great time at one. And this time we have really interesting talks in track 2. I hope you have a great time.
Yes. So although we've been tied up with hosting track 2, but do feel free to catch up with us in case you would like to discuss growth opportunities, maybe during break hours or something like that. Yeah, so for us, maybe we can first set a context on what happened last Frappeverse and what are we doing different this time?
So last year we had a lot of mix of thoughts between community and business and community members. But in this side, where they should help towards attending this business talk. This time we started track 2 and giving a better experience here. This is mainly about business, and this is how we did it. And I think we have almost crossed 1,500 registrations as of now, and this has been growing. And we didn't anticipate such a good response here that we have a lot of seats here. So we are also good. Thank you so much for the community. I think I would like to quickly shout out to sponsors on Frappeverse 2025, starting with Sanskar Technolabs, Finbiz Tech, 8848 Digital, Indic Grants, Nestabird, Craft Interactive, Vanu, Unity, Hyrox Tech, Vani, and Akia. Thank you for all.
Also, apparently we have set up product tables. So there you will have our engineers where you can chat with them about current features, upcoming releases and roadmaps. They are there to answer your questions. We are also accepting proposals for flash talks. So you can just go to our website frappe.io/Frappeverse/flash talks. So if you've not had a chance yet to be a speaker at Frappeverse, here is your chance to give at least a 5-minute talk. The form submissions are accepted till 3:30 p.m. today, and we will announce the shortlisted speakers by 4 p.m. And we will start the flash talks by 5 p.m. Right? So let's get the ball rolling and invite our first speaker on stage. So he is from Promentia, the engineering manager, and Promentia has built this really cool AI Frappe assistant. Let's put your hands together for Paul Clinton. He's our first speaker today.
Hello. So, thank you guys for the good introduction. Yeah. So, good afternoon everyone. I'm Paul Clinton, engineering manager at Promentia. So today I'm going to talk about how a personal challenge grew into an idea and changed the way we interact with ERPNext. We are talking about AI-powered Frappe assistant, bridging private business data and public intelligence. Before I dive into the solution, let me take you through my journey that led me here. So my career started as an intern, progressing through multiple roles: technical consultant, lead roles in digital transformation, managerial roles in retail operations, and technical roles in AWS serverless architecture. And now I'm an engineering manager at Promentia. So I work with Java, Django, AWS, and different other technologies. I played a lead role in Promentia's initial Frappe framework discovery through ERPNext. So that was somewhere around Frappe version 11. Then I went into play different roles and work with different technology. But I always liked the way Frappe grew, okay, and how intuitive and flexible it is to build things in Frappe framework. But the biggest shift in my thinking happened during Frappe build this year. And when I came across this, so technology choices aren't tattoos, they are whiteboard markers. it may add, instead of forcing features into what I've already built, I went back to my drawing board, reworked, made mistakes, and learned and built what you will see today. That adaptability mindset connects directly to the solution that I'll be sharing. Yeah. So about prevention. Prevention has over the years engaged in digital transformation of our clients, implementing open source product-based solution for them. ERPs has been a big part in the journey, and we have been partners and active community members for 3 open source ERPs, and ERPNext is one of them. So we are a Frappe Silver partner based in Bangalore, serving clients industries worldwide. Our mission is simple: make business process easier with open source ERP. Yeah. So rather than just describe it, let me show you a video demo that captures both problem and the solution. This is a live scenario that every ERPNext user faces. Comparing our sales order with the customer's purchase order. In fact, this use case was proposed by one of our clients when we were showing a demo of the early version of Frappe Assistant Pro. Think of a scenario that every manufacturer or trader faces. So let's say your sales team has sent a quotation to your customer, and the customer has agreed to it and sent a purchase order that's amounting around 13,50,000. So what does the sales team now do? Now they're going to create the sales order from the quotation. So here's the sales order getting created, and just creating it. Yeah. Now then attach the purchase order given by the customer to the sales order. Yeah, now that is done. So now next what happens? A sales manager comes, opens this purchase order, then he compares this with the sales order. So if you could see here, I'll have to check the item code, if item names match, the quantities match, the price match, then also we'll have to check if the terms and conditions what we proposed on a quotation is that matching. And that's really tedious process. And if you miss something, it's going to be a big loss, not just hundreds but thousands of dollars of loss which you'll be incurring. And also you'll be trying to manufacture a different solution. So this is where we see the terms and conditions. So I was just thinking, what if we do this through AI? So this is my AI assistant, where I've connected my FAC, your ERPNext system through FAC. And you can see the tools available in our Frappe Assistant code. So let me just choose any model. I'll just choose ChatGPT 4.1 for now. So I'll directly ask it. So I'm just asking it if you can review my sales order and against it, and let me know if there are any discrepancies you find. So the LLM using our tools extract the content from the PO and extract your sales order data and compares and just give me a report. You could see a beautiful report that's already been created. So isn't this amazing? So takes something that takes around 10 minutes or 30 minutes. So it just took me around 30 seconds to do this. So here's the interesting part. So we did demo this, and we were thinking, how can we automate this? So then we just came up with a flow. Okay, let's include a workflow within this. So the same thing what I just described. So the sales operation team is creating sales order and attaching the PO to it, and they send it for the review. Now the AI agent automatically gets triggered, extracts the PO content, compares PO versus SO, generates the analysis, matches and discrepancies, and auto submits for approval. The sales manager just has to do this, review the AI analysis, and he needs to take a decision on it. He needs to accept, or if there's an issue, discuss with the client. So let's see this in action. So the same thing what I just described to you, I'm just going to prompt it here. Okay? So create a task. I'm just creating automation task here. Yeah. So now let the AI do that. So this is like assistant to you, right? You give a task to your assistant, the assistant is going to do. So an assistant can ask you a question, clarifying question. So the same thing is is happening here, so just answer a few questions. So let me do that now. Great. So there are a few more questions until the LLM or your assistant is capable, is confident that he can do this task. Yeah. Let me fast forward this. Great. So your assistant is very clear on what to be done. Now let me generate the automation now. So you could see here the automation is generated, and the tools that will be used by the LLM to solve this is there. Now let me activate this and save this task. Great, let's see if this task is there. Yeah, task is available. Great. Now let's test this in action, right? So we already created the sales order, which is in draft state, and you can see there's already an attachment there. So now let me send it for review. Great, you could see the status as A review now. And I've set my task to run every hour, so I'll just execute it now for demonstration here. So yeah, so the task is getting executed. It should be completed any second now. It's done. So now you could see the status has been updated to manual review. Okay, because the LLM found that there was some discrepancy in the viewer dashboard, and the discrepancy, the summary is here, and the whole what discrepancy, what is there, everything has been updated here. And here's the best part, right? Frappe Assistant Core is not limited to one particular interface. So here's my cloud desktop, which is connected to your ERPNext instance through FAC. So, okay, let's run analysis here. So I'm just asking, show me last month's sales performance by product category. So now, the LLM is using the tools provided by the FAC, okay, and extracting the data from our system. So you can see that in action, and great, the report is getting generated. Great, your report is ready. Here's the summarization of the report, and this was done within seconds. So yeah. So this shows one infrastructure, multiple A interfaces. So it's up to you what interface you use to talk with your ERPNext instance. So let me walk you through what just happened. So what you just saw was natural language transforming into business action. So here's how it works. Your Frappe Assistant Core, that is the FAC, sits between your ERPNext system and the AI assistants. So the FAC understands your ERPNext structure, and it also respects your permission and security standards. But the key insight here is, instead of building custom integration for each AI platform, we use Model Context Protocol, a universal standard. So write once, use everywhere. So your integration works with Cloud Desktop today, but it will also work with any future AI assistant that supports MCP. And Frappe Assistant Core already has 21 built-in tools. The tools are between different plugins. There are core tools which helps you to do your CRUD operations, create, read, update, and delete. Then there are visualization tools that, for example, if you want to track your work order on what stage it is, right? So it's like you can just prompt it to any AI assistant that's going to create dashboards within your Frappe system. Then we have analytics tools. So a couple of tools which are very important are run Python code, which allows LLM to write Python code and execute in a sandbox controlled environment. So that is what this does. And there's another SQL run query tool where an LLM can write SQL queries and extract information. All these run on a sandbox environment and will always make sure that your permissions are always respected. So, but the real power isn't just using these tools, it is building your own. So here's what makes FAC more powerful. You can build your own for your respective business needs. So want to calculate optimal production schedules or analyze customer behavior patterns or create inventory predictions. Here's all you need. You need to create your own Frappe app, create a class in it, extend our base class, just name your tool and implement the execute method. So that's it. And you need to just just register in your books. So that's it. The FAC will make sure that your tool is available to the LLM. So imagine building manufacturing optimization tools or tools that helps you create workflows or give you customer behavior patterns. So that is a wonderful thing that we have built here. So now you might be wondering, why does this architecture matter? So MCP is a universal standard for business system to connect to any AI assistant. So think of it as an USB standard for AI integrations. So here's how it works. Your business system connects to an MCP server, that's an ERPNext server with FAC, okay, and which connects to AI assistant that supports this protocol. Why is this revolutionary, you would ask? Okay, before MCP, every AI integration was custom built. Want to connect to Claude, build one integration. Want to connect to ChatGPT, you need to build one integration. So that is how it was. With MCP, you write once and it works everywhere. So FAC now works with Claude Desktop today, but it will work with any AI assistant that supports this protocol. You can find MCP adapted across different services, from GitHub to LinkedIn, Jira to Microsoft projects, then Salesforce to SAP, even Odoo has their own MCP server. This isn't just about convenience, it's about future-proofing your AI investments. As AI assistants emerge, your Frappe tools remain compatible without any additional development. So Frappe Assistant Core is built for the community. It's released under AGPL v3, which is free and open source. Why open source? Because we want every Frappe developer to build AI-powered tools for their specific AI domain. Please scan this QR to gain access to the repository. So you can gain access to documentations, examples, and the base tool framework. You can start using 21 existing tools or build your own tool. So what's next? So we expect to grow FAC organically as we implement production solutions. We are looking for both ideas and contributions from the community to make it even better and more relevant. Also, like the AI automation that you saw in the demo, that's the workspace app that I'm building. Platform for building AI-powered business automations. So we are currently looking for early testers, businesses which wants to include intelligent automations within the ERPNext operations. If you are interested in being part of this, please contact me or my team at Mansion. So the workspace takes the foundation, what FAC provides, and builds enterprise-grade automation orchestration on top of it. So let's build the AI-powered ERP future together. For the production support and enterprise features, access Promancia's enhanced repository using the QR code below. Start with 21 existing tools, whether you're solving manufacturing optimization or e-commerce intelligence or vertical workflows. The foundation is ready. You can reach me directly at paul.clinton@promancia.com or connect with me through LinkedIn. So Promancia is committed to advancing the open source ERP ecosystem, and we believe developer extensible AI framework is the major next leap forward. The tools are ready, the framework is built. Now let's see what amazing AI-powered ERP experience the community creates. Thank you, I'm excited to take your questions.
you using database to write queries or are you using REST APIs to do that?
Could you repeat that?
So say you ask chatbot a question and just have to implement it. Are you, say, if you were asking, can you please analyze the sales data for me for the past year or something like
Yes.
that? Are you using the Frappe database that is hosted on a server or are you using the REST API call that is going and
Okay, so multiple tools were used here, okay? So the report tools, okay, it connects to the Frappe report framework. So you use the Frappe's own infrastructure, okay? Then you execute the report there, extract the information, and give to the LLM. That is what these tools do. So there's a tool that connects directly to the database. That's PSQL there. Yeah.
For LLM deployment, do we need an extra configuration in the server, some specific configurations required?
No, it's up to you. So Claude is separate, so you can directly download Claude desktop and if it's open source, just connect to it and use it. You don't need a separate network. To use your own AI assistant, you would be required. Yes.
So you're talking about analyzing data, internal data. So does it feed to the LLM across server to create anything like backdoors are closed?
Okay. So now how this works is, the data goes to the LLM and it gets processed within their servers. So that and how you control that is, let's say OpenAI, you can just go and directly turn it off where they say don't train our data using the LLM. So that's fair. And you could also use your own local LLMs, open LLMs.
If I build a connector of my pro LLM with
Yes.
securities and university, use that
Yes. Yes, you can do that.
Are you going through the standard roles and permissions modules
Yes.
where the user doesn't have access to a particular document?
Yes. So if the user doesn't have access to a particular document, even LLM will never have access to it. So it uses your API keys. Okay. So there are two things. For SGAO kind of support, it uses your API key. For SSC kind of support, it uses your OAuth credentials. So it always respects your privacy.
And in MCP, one of the major concerns is the total consumption and the costs involved.
Yes.
So have you done something to optimize that? Because if you are getting, let's say, all the data for an MCP, you get all the dots basically from that data, and then you're analyzing that, that is consumed like loads and loads of
So this question is mainly on building your own AI assistant, right? That is how you can tweak it, okay? Use the caching method and stuff. But Claude as itself is very decent and they use very good caching mechanisms and the tokenization usage is controlled there. So thank you guys. I think you guys have all have different questions. So please connect with me after this and I will be able to answer. Thank you.
Thank you Paul for this wonderful tool. And we can take more questions offline. Our next speaker will tell you about ERPNext for chemical industry. I welcome you on stage, Mr. Mukesh, who is the CEO and founder of Frappeverse Tech. And of course, with
this track also?
We have launched more than 200 projects and we customize the ERPNext to suit your business needs. We have worked in multiple industries. Chemical is the industry where we are going to talk about today. counter sample again. Once you build the counter sample, that counter sample goes for the approval of the client. If he approves that, then you are into the approved vendor list. The approved vendor has to go for cost estimation, so each multiple times you have to make the quotation for the specific client, and these quotations eventually will convert into the sales order. I'm sorry, I think it's moving. Skipping things. Sorry. Yeah, so from sales order, it is going to go for the production planning, where we have to understand what was the concentration and what was the dilution which we did in the production planning. Then the next thing is the batch manufacturing, where we have to handle this particular concentration of the material and then do the blending as per the sample which we send out. And finally, when this particular blending is actually making the material as per the client requirement, then only I can do the delivery. So there are certain things which are already there, but we have to wait. So we will cover this whole cycle in ERPNext, how we have molded and what are the new features we added to make it more suitable for the chemical industry. So first thing is the sample management. Now there are two types of samples which I will be receiving. One is this, when I want to source certain chemical from somebody, that is my supplier. So I will basically seek out the samples from them. I'll check their quality. If they are matching, then I'll ask for the quotation. So that's the first step. So we created this invert sample where you can note down the supplier's sample into the system. It also allows you to put the prices into the thing. So what supplier quoted for this particular sample is actually captured. Not only that, we are also auditing the item price. So this also links to your purchases. Whenever you are doing the purchase, system will know this is the price which was quoted by multiple suppliers. And that is also again the specific sample which we are talking about. The same module, we can also use it for the customer. So when customer is sending us the sample, against which I have to build a counter sample. So let's say he has a particular quality of material, particular item which I manufacture, but it's not exactly of the quality which he requires. So he will be sending me that sample. I'll note it down into my register. Then I'll give this particular sample to my lab team. So lab team is going to build some output sample out of it. Where they are going to check this sample, they are going to find out how much weaker or stronger it is, or what are the new compositions I may have to mix. So this is something where I have my main product, which is reactive like TDA, and I am diluting it by adding certain global soil. So 80% is my main product and 20% is the diluting agent which is there. I added both. There are two things which happened over here. So I actually got the final concentration which is actually as per the client, and I got some blending mechanism of mixing it. And secondly, I also got my costing. If you can see, the first item, if I had produced of the 100% concentration, would have costed me 300 rupees. But because I am adding the diluting agent, my costing is actually reducing. So now, this particular material is costing me lesser than the original material which I was manufacturing. So it is also calculating the per unit price over there based on the dilution which I did. Here, I am just making the things more simpler by diluting it. But honestly, if you go into certain industries like Dicam and other, over there they also have to mix two different chemicals. Let's say I am taking an orange and mixing red and yellow in certain percentages to derive the color which I want to derive. This is true with any paint, pigments and other industries. So over there also the same thing works. Not only the dilution but also of the mixing multiple colors. So same thing which will work. Next thing which happens is, when I created this sample, I will do internal quality inspection. I will check this sample's quality against the quality of the supplier's material. So quality inspection is already very strong in ERPNext, but we wanted to extend their functionality in multiple different scenarios. So one is the sample scenario where I had the outward sample against which also I wanted to do the quality inspection. So we added those options of creating the outward inspection where quality inspection is done for the sample I have built rather than any material which I have purchased. Second is the default one where you can actually do the quality inspection against the purchase. So purchase receipt will be stopped unless you do the quality inspection against it. This is a standard feature. The third thing is manufacturing. So here we also, in ERPNext we have this particular thing default, like I can put the quality inspection is required for inward and outward both. But at time of manufacturing, we also given a checkbox where they can choose quality inspection is required in the bill of material itself. So if you decide it into the bill of material, at the time of production, in the manufacturing entry, it is going to ask you, it is going to mandate you to do the quality inspection before completing that particular manufacturing at that point of time. So these are three things which we can do on the quality inspection side. So what I did was I got the sample from the customer, I created a counter sample, I tested it in my internal lab and it is working fine. Is something which I found out. The next thing is sending it out to the customer. So we created this courier management module. Now, initial requirement was only to send the samples, but we realized, okay, this is not only the thing, it can actually manage all the couriers, which most of the companies are just managing in a notebook or somewhere, where even if they have to search any document, they again have to go back to those pages and search something out of it. To simplify that, what we did was we created this courier management which can be used in any industry. For chemical, they are also sending the samples, but same we realize other industries like agro-commodities and other things where the samples are important, they can all use the same courier management. So we created a separate app on the App Store where you can manage your courier service even if you don't want to manage the whole chemical set. So this was the sample. We created this and we sent it out to the customer. The lot of features which we developed, but trust me, the one feature which was pretty standard out of the box in ERPNext actually generated substantial ROI for our customer. So what was it? This feedback is received or not. Based on that, we created such a notification. So what used to happen? The client used to send the sample to the customer, and they used to forget to follow up for the approval, whether the sample has been approved or not, whether there are certain possibilities of improvement in that. Those kind of feedbacks are not received, and they also forget. What we did was we created a notification through the ERPNext, and till the time feedback is not received, system will keep sending those reminder mails to the client, keeping your salesperson in the CC, so that at least you get the feedback from the client. Whether my sample has been approved or rejected, or there are some improvement which is to be captured. So till now what we did was inward sample, outward sample created, then quality was tested, we sent it to the client. Let's assume that it is approved. So we should get the order. Unfortunately not. Over here the problem is, if your sample is approved, you are in the approved vendor list. That doesn't mean you will be getting the order directly. You will be asked whenever the demand arises about the prices. And the problem about prices is they keep fluctuating. So your raw material prices keep fluctuating, you have to manage that particular thing into ERPNext. So we had to create the quotation against the sample, and we need to know the RMC cost of it. So from the outward sample where we were getting the RMC cost, we allowed them to create the quotation from there only, and in quotation they can see the RMC cost, my base cost, and also my margin. So if any time my team has to do the quotation, they don't have to come back to the owner like how much margin I have to give. The margin is pre-decided. You just create the quotation again with the pre-decided margin. It will be managed by the system. So customers of automation can be done through this. Here, when we get the order, we are also capturing the same sample reference. Now, why we had to do this? black GDN which we are producing is the same item which I am selling to different customers in the different concentration, and the concentration is captured into, or dilution, or the whatever the formulation is there is captured in the outward sample. So I have to link that particular thing with the sales order item. So each item will be same, but I didn't want to create infinite number of items. Now that item with which particular formulation is there is something which is linked to the outward sample. In default ERPNext, let's say you got an order of 1000 kg, you are going to produce the 1000 kg. It's a very simple kind of a game, but here because its concentration is lesser, I have to produce only 800 kgs and I will be diluting it through some diluting agent and breeding the 1000 kgs. So this is something for which we had to mold the production plan. In production plan, these are standard things, but we allowed to get the items from the sample. So in sample, whenever you get the item, if you can see the original quantity was captured as 1000 kgs, but for the manufacturing, it captured only 800 kgs. So when you create the production plan, work order through this production plan, 800 kgs is what is going to get produced by your production team. They are just going to work on that, not on the total quantity of the sales order. Now this is one more nuance. This is a nuance which is there in multiple industries. We have been, specifically chemicals and agro commodities is where this thing happens, where there are more than one items which are produced at a time when you are trying to produce. The quantity ratio and the cost ratio, and it has to be defined somewhere. So we molded the bill of material to manage these multiple finished items, where either they can have different quantity and cost ratio, or maybe you can have different quantity ratio, but I want to make both the items of the same cost. Now, I'll give you one example which is very easy for anybody who is not even for the chemical industry to understand. Let's say you are into business of cashews. Now, the same cashew, same crop is basically captured, and you want to split it into multiple parts. So the largest part of the cashews will be costing much higher. It will be much lesser quantity, but will be costing you much higher. The medium size will be costing you compared to the larger one bit lesser. So the same input cost, you have to divide it into different ways as the output cost. And this RNC, so there will be one input item which is the raw cashews of all different sizes, and output will be 3 different sizes of the cashews which will be coming out, and the quality, quantity and cost ratio has to be managed. So same thing we have to create it over here, and you also have to manage the yield. This is the standard thing whenever you are basically putting in something and there is the possibility of some burnout in that. So you may not get the exact quantity which you put in, you will be calculating the yield. So generally yield is based on one key raw material. And we had to calculate this particular thing also. So we molded the manufacturing. So, yeah, okay. We molded this manufacturing in that, if you can see, we allowed to enter multiple finished items instead of one. And we are defining the quantity and cost ratio over there. There is also a possibility of putting the equal cost ratio as a checkbox over there, so you can handle it through that as well. Now, same thing when you are going to manufacture in the work order, same output will be and you also capture. So here we have basically defined the same cost ratio, so it is going to be same for both the items, even though quantity is different. So this manufacturing is done. Now we produce 800 kgs. What we are going to do is blending. So we had a formula defined into the sample part. That formula now has to be again checked, and accordingly the dilution has to happen. So this is before delivery which we have to create. We could have used bomb for this, where we would have defined like this is the quantity we are going to mix, But unfortunately, we don't know. Why we don't know? Because even though each time I target to get the concentration as 100% in my manufacturing, reaction is going to decide whether I get it 110 or I get it 97 or 90. So if my manufactured quantities concentration is lower, I will be diluting it lesser, and if it is higher, I will be diluting it more. So this is something where we have to introduce this blending. So we did it through a ball mill. Generally, it happens into a ball mill where they mix both the materials to dilute it. So we called it ball mill data sheet, where they are going to mix multiple materials and get the output. We also handle this loose materials. So whenever you are targeting to build, let's say 1000 kgs, you are going to generate something more than that, because it's not exact which is feasible over here, given there are losses and the purity differences. So you will be always generating something more. Initially, they used to forget whatever more has been generated, so they generated something. Whatever was generated extra was actually just pending over there, and we captured it in a way where they also managed that extra, and that can be shown into their stock balance, and they can use it for the another purposes. So I think the whole process has completed, where we saw the from beginning till end. Now the stock must be in the stock balance report. We molded the stock balance report a bit to show the total quantities here, and each thing is batch wise. So we wanted to manage these batches also, and each batch will be having the concentration. So you can see the total quantity, and then against it, what are the number of batches which are there. Each batch has different concentration and packing material, and against each batch you will be checking the ledger. So you did the whole manufacturing, now manufacturing is done, the dilution is done, and now you are ready for the delivery. So this is the whole cycle which is going to capture the manufacturing of chemical industry, from sample receiving, making the counter sample, getting the approval, then again sending the quotations, getting some quotations approved, sales order is created, dilution is measured over there, then the production plan is created. Production plan is again considering the dilution of yours. You are doing the multiple outputs and then blending it finally to get whatever customer has asked for, and this is your final quantity which is getting delivered. And this whole app is open source. You can get the app by scanning the QR code below, and if you want to learn more, there are a lot of more features which are there. Whatever I could cover, I have covered it into this short span. You can also download the brochure from the above link. It also has other brochures which we have developed so far. So I'm open for the questions if you have.
Hi Mukesh,
Yeah.
My name is Deepak. First of all, thanks a lot for insightful session. It is really great. My question is related to a specific thing in the chemical industry. So when you are shipping out chemical, it is mandatory to generate material safety data sheets. Without safety data sheet, you cannot ship out the material.
Correct.
So how are you handling the SDSs in the system?
Material data sheet is some, there is cost of, I mean, there is analysis report and there is material data sheet. These are two things which are the print formats which are generated within the sample instance.
Okay, just with the trim, because most of the time it is the chemical composition and it is automatically generated.
Correct, correct.
So currently you are handling it with the print format.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Thanks a lot.
Okay, I think we are out of time. If you want to know anything more about this chemical, then you can definitely reach out to me. I'm available even, I mean, downstairs. I mean, you can visit me, and the stall number 13 is there, so you can visit me and ask me any questions if you have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mukesh, for demonstrating so neatly how complex operations like these can be streamlined effortlessly on ERPNext. I have a small request. I kindly request everybody to avoid walking on the aisle area here because that blocks the camera, as we are also live streaming this session. Yeah, thank you. So moving on, Have you guys ever wondered how an NGO could benefit from ERPNext? Well, our next speaker is here to exactly show us their journey on how they implemented ERPNext for Sri Swami Narayan Gurukul. We have Mr. Harshdeep Singh from Nestbird. He is the principal consultant. So he's here to walk you through their journey. Please put your hands together for Harshdeep Singh.
Thank you so much. Imagine an institute that has guided generations, not just students, but entire families in devotion, education, and service. A place where spirituality and learning go hand in hand and where community is at heart of everything. Hi, I am Harshdeep Singh, a principal consultant at Nestbird based in Chandigarh. At Nestbird, we have 100+ member team, silver partner of Frappe, and we have been delivering ERPNext implementations for 8 years now. Swaminarayan Gurukul is a spiritual and educational institute dedicated to nurturing values, devotions, and serving among its members. Right. So now, Gurukul has grown to 51 centers all across the globe, and it faced some real challenges. First, scale without connection. Families and alumni, sometimes spanning 4 generations, were not connected in structural way. Second, the fragmented records. Each branch operated in silos. There was no central mechanism to know that a member in Mumbai had once been a part of Gurukul in Ahmedabad. Thirdly, untapped devotion and service. Members were doing seva, giving donations, participating in bhajans and niyams, but none of them was systematically recorded or recognized. In short, Gurukul reach was global, but its threads of connection were slipping through the cracks. Welcome to the Digital Gurukul. What you see here is a member profile, the foundation of this entire transformation. In Gurukul, a member is never just an individual, it's a often family spanning parents, children, even grandchildren. Earlier, this continuity was impossible to capture. Now one profile brings it all together. We start with demographics beyond the usual details like name, age, and contact information. We have made space to store spiritual identifiers like members' bhajan preferences, their niyam commitments, and even their granth reading pace. These small details matter because they help mentors guide each member's spiritual journey more personally. Then comes the family structure. Instead of looking at members, Gurukul can now say full hierarchies, parents, children. The system has multiple generations and even shows connections across families that may be serving through in different branches. This gives leaders visibility not only into not only who belongs where, but now spiritually influence flows across an entire family network. Right. So this is the complete family tree explorer where entire thing can be seen. And finally, donations and feedback. Right. So donations and feedback are tied back to the profile. Whether it's monetary or non-monetary support, every contribution is recognized. Feedback on events or seva is also captured here, giving Gurukul insights into how members are experiencing the community and where improvements can be made. Now, let's look at Gurukul manages events in new system. On the screen, you will see how Swamiji can create an event, for example, something as significant as Navratri. Earlier, these events were announced verbally or through scattered channels, and it was hard to know who was actually going to attend. While creating an event, Swamiji can also choose the event category. yes, no, or maybe. This small feature makes a big difference because for the first time, Gurukul leaders know in advance exactly who is participating and for what scale. Now notice the dashboard update over here. As a response comes in, Swamiji and the event coordinators can see the live value of attendees. No more guessing, no more last minute surprises. This visibility helps plan seating, distributions, seva allocations, and even transport arrangements if needed. Beyond logistics, this also builds engagement. When members RSVP, even it's a simple yes, they feel a stronger connection and responsibility towards the element. And for those who mark maybe, it gives coordinators a chance to reach out personally and encourage participation. So, to-do doc type and event doc type are like least used in ERPNext implementations. But here in this implementation, it has covered up approximately 40% of scope. Now let's see how ERPNext is helping Gurukul organize and recognize Seva, the cornerstone of community service. On this screen, you will see how Seva team leader assigns Seva tasks. This could be something simple like temple cleaning or something like larger managing kitchens Seva during a big festival. In the past, these assignments were done verbally or on paper, and often there was no clear record who was responsible. What's more, a Seva can be set as one-time task or recurring responsibility, depending on whether it's a festival-specific Seva or an ongoing duty like weekly maintenance. With this system, assignments are created digitally and instantly visible to volunteers. Members then respond to the RSVP, yes, no, or maybe, just like events we did before. This directly allows coordinators to see exactly who is committing to which Seva, and it also gives volunteers here where it becomes even more powerful. Once a Seva is completed, it doesn't just disappear. It is automatically logged into the volunteer's profile. Over time, each devotee builds a visible history of their service, creating accountability, but also recognizing, and leaders can look back and see who has been consistently serving, and volunteers themselves can take pride in seeing their Seva journey accumulating year after year. Right? So here you can see a single page where a member can come in, log their Seva, and see the pending Sevas over here. And everything gets recorded in the transactions log, right? And you can see how beautifully the UI has been developed on this. From allocation to action, Seva has become effortless, structured, and deeply meaningful. Right? Now, finally, let's look at how Gurukul manages donations. One of the most important ways members support the institution. On the screen, you can see how simple the setup is. A member selects the donation amount, the purpose. With just one click, can choose to make it a recurring donation. This could be weekly, monthly, or annual, whatever best matches their capacity and intent. Earlier, recurring contributions were difficult to manage. Devotees had to remember each time or respond to reminders. Now, the process is automated, reducing efforts for both the members and coordinators. All donations, recurring and one-time, are captured with full transparency in members' profile. You can see the complete history of contributions along with receipts and acknowledgements. This makes devotees feel confident that their support is recorded and valued. What's equally important is that donations here are not limited to just money. Non-monetary contributions like donating resources, food, or materials can also be logged in the same system. This gives Gurukul a complete picture of how members are contributing beyond finances. For Gurukul, this feature ensures steady and predictable support. And for members, it's a way to stay connected even if they move between branches or relocate across the world. Right? So using this donation doc type, consistent support for Gurukul is made simple. And you can see the entire thing has been captured beautifully in the payment doc type, all the striped subscription IDs, Stripe payment and IDs, and if the recurring donation is recurring or it has been stopped. Right. So what's the before and after impact? Right. So let's take a step back and see the difference the journey has created. Before ERPNext, Gurukul relied on manual registers, family relocating between branches, lost their history, events were managed in silos, and seva or donations, especially non-monetary ones, were often invisible. There was no structured way to recognize the spiritual growth of members across 51 centers spread all across the globe. After ERPNext, everything changed. Each family now has centralized profile capturing their entire spiritual journey. Events and seva tracked digitally with RSVP flows. Donations, both recurring and one-time, are logged with full transparency. Most importantly, devotion and service are not only recorded, but celebrate throughout the life. In just 6 months, more than 80% of members have been digitally onboarded. Over 50 events have been managed online, and recurring donations have grown by 30%. For students, Sevavas are now formally recognized by schools, turning service into an achievement. Right. Now, as we close, the most important takeaway in this is ERPNext has allowed Gurukul to preserve tradition while scaling across the globe. Every family's journey is now captured, seva and donations are recognized, and events are seamlessly managed, giving Gurukul a digital backbone and that supports its spiritual mission. This project isn't just about software, it's about creating continuity, recognition, and connection for thousands of devotees worldwide. Right. At Nestabird, we feel privileged to have partnered in this journey. We are a Mohali-based silver partner with a team of over 100 people and more than 8 years of ERPNext implementation experience. But beyond the numbers, what drives us is seeing technology empower communities in such a meaningful way. Please meet us at booth number 12 for any kind of queries or demos and further clarifications. And if you have any questions, please feel free to ask as of now. Right.
Hello. Yeah. Thank you, Ashdeep, for the wonderful comprehensive overview of how NGO can benefit from ERPNext. Next is a lunch break. We will come back by 3. But just 2 announcements before we break for lunch. Those who are interested in flash talks, kindly submit your proposals before 3 p.m. Please kindly scan the QR so you can easily submit it. And next on track 2 is a very interesting business talk from the Frappe team, starting from Neha, Path, Smithil, and I would also talk about enterprise. So we'll break for lunch and we'll see everybody back at 3 p.m.
Yeah, why don't you all come forward because we are less people. This is a session right after lunch, so it'll help to be in the center so that you all don't fall asleep. So in the morning, Rishabh started his keynote saying that we are not just in the in the business of money, but the just is important because we are also in the business of money. So this talk is all about business. Last year, I had given a talk on Frappe's revenue model because last year was a very instrumental year where Frappe Cloud revenue surpassed all other revenue streams. And that was the main crux of our discussion in the last year's business talk. This year also, Frappe Cloud continues to be our primary revenue driver. In fact, it's been growing stronger than ever even this year. But along with that, we also have enterprise plans which contribute to Frappe's revenue, trainings and partnerships. So these four, all to put together drive revenue in Frappe. So before I start, any guesses on the month-on-month revenue growth of Frappe Cloud that we see? And partners can't guess because yesterday we already did this trivia. Any others other than partners who want to make a guess? What's our month-on-month growth of the Frappe Cloud platform? 10%? 30% month-on-month growth. That's huge. Anybody else? Okay. So the number is 5%. Over the last 12 months, we've seen consistent 5% growth, and 5% month-on-month growth is a great recurring business. And last month, which is July, we were almost $330,000 in MRR, monthly recurring revenue. In terms of number of partners, 2023, we had 61 Frappe partners. 2024, we had 112. And any guesses for the count this year? 450, somebody said. Anyone else? 200, that's close. So we have 207 partners globally who are active today as we speak in the Frappe partner community. So that's also been a slow, steady, phenomenal organic growth. Yesterday we concluded a very good partner meetup where most of the partners had turned up and we discussed business. Although many of you know India and Middle East are the top regions, any guesses for the third largest region of Frappe in terms of the business we get? Somebody said US, Africa. So yeah, Africa has been the third largest, but this year Americas kind of took over, or they both tie actually. Americas and Africa both kind of tie in third position. And this is the order in which we have revenue coming in from different regions. And this year was also the year where Frappe turned profitable. We made close to 25% net profits over our revenue, and this is what Rishabh had written about in his blog too. So that's been the year for us in terms of business. Frappe Cloud has around 3,600 active paying accounts. That's also a number that is steadily growing. So this is not just partners. Anybody can go create a site and start becoming a paid customer. So these are the number of active accounts we have on Frappe Cloud. All right, a little bit about me. Last year, I had my own transition from a growth and marketing focused to operations focused. And the story I feel like sharing before I even begin is this salon. This is a salon very close to my house. So when I shifted here, when I went here for the first time, I had a brilliant experience. As soon as I entered, I was given a nice place to sit. I was offered green tea. I was given a very good haircut with the right temperature of water. Everything was perfect. And you might wonder, why am I talking about a salon at the Frappe Business Talk? The reason this is important is 3 months later, when I went to the same salon, I did not get the same experience at all. Nobody offered me a seat. The haircut was almost like I had a 1 hour waiting time. temperature was different, everything was not the same. And that was a realization. In business, consistency is hard. It's the toughest thing to crack. Consistency is when your business is not dependent on the rock star salesperson, or your business is not dependent on the founder's energy to make money and build sustainability. Consistency comes with process-driven businesses. It comes with standardization. So that's what our focus has been. In Frappe also, we've been very focused on quality. Quality has been our growth strategy, right? You must have read in business books, you know, our strategy is open source, or somebody may think our strategy is XYZ, but in a very simple terms, Frappe's strategy, growth strategy has been quality. We build quality products and we offer quality services to our end customers. That indeed reflects in how we operate. We have everything measured in the company, including our support excellence, our sales excellence, even our partners' quality, something we measure and report every week in our internal all hands. So that's what I mean by being quality driven. We are very metric driven. But this year we went one step ahead. Metric is just the starting point, but very rarely do we get to the next step, which is continuous improvement. In the Japanese philosophy, it's called Kaizen. And that's something we've been doing internally in our business teams also. Not only do we measure metrics regularly, but we continuously improve. We keep putting permanent and corrective fixes into metrics and improve them. But that's Frappe. As you all know, 70% of our business is driven by partners, and this is directly, indirectly both. Because in 2022, Frappe exited direct services. We don't offer direct services like customizations or implementations to our end customers. So our end customers' experience depends on our partners' quality more than ours, because they are the first impression and sometimes the last impression for our end customers. So now that we all know partners are shaping the first impression, partners are shaping the entire perception of Frappe, our focus changed. Many of our revenue-focused salespeople were in an existential crisis, that we've always been doing sales, but here what matters is, are our partners good enough, right? So we had a shift this year. Before that shift, I want to talk about one more thing, which is the challenges that partners faced. Over the last 2 years in my journey in Frappe, I've spoken to a lot of people, like a lot of partners, and I've also been the person who goes and speaks to people to learn about how they did business and everything. The one thing that I realized is most partners start with being very good in the technical side of the business, right? Either they are very good developers or they are very good functional consultants, but that does not mean they will automatically become great businessmen. Building a business in the ERP or software services domain is a very different ball game. And that's what we faced. Our partners struggle after first few successful implementations, struggle in the business fundamentals like sustained profits, making sure the pricing is correct, making sure they do consistent delivery of projects. So those are the challenges our partner faced. So coming back to the original point, our sales team had to pivot. So this year we changed our focus from sales to partner success. We now have almost an 8-member partner success team, and many of our partners will tell you that we regularly engage with them, help them in improving their quality, consult with them over business. Can somebody fix that? And that's what our sales team has been up to. So we call ourselves partner success team, not just sales team anymore. The second thing that we did was standardization. And Chris, I think I saw him, but I don't see him here anymore. He's one of our partners from Kenya, from Pointers Hub. And what I realized is he is a very good example of how standardization has been helping him build quality in his business. So we are helping our partners with standard operating procedures, with trainings, with one-on-one consulting to make sure that they offer high quality services to end customers. So that's the second shift that happened, which is standardization. Another reason standardization is important is we want end customers to get excellent and world-class experience. So our partners, it's sometimes it becomes a mandate, but the goal is to make sure the end customer gets a consistent experience from Frappe partners. So these are just a glimpse of the SOPs that we've come up with, and our partner managers are working closely with the partners to help them adopt all of these standard operating procedures in their business. So this includes sales, delivery, customer support, customer success, all of the fundamentals for any software services business. So yeah, finally, many of you might already know about the partner maturity model. Is there someone who doesn't know? Maybe can raise their hand. Okay. So we assign a PMM score to our partners, and that's the audited score that Frappe offers to our partners to make sure end customers know that they are, how well do they score in different quality parameters. So it's similar to like the CMMI score. It is a 5-point scale measured based on these 6 broad categories of quality. But the one thing that we also plan to introduce now very soon to this criteria is direct feedback from customers. So very soon we will start measuring direct feedback from customers and devise it back to the score that you will all be able to see on the partner's profile. So yeah, this is the glimpses of some trainings we did for sales, implementation, delivery. This was the one we did in Nairobi, Mumbai, and then there was one online for our partners. Yeah, and this is the PMM score that is visible for each of our partners, so, which helps end customers make the right decision. So yeah, I want to bring this slide because Udo has been doing a lot of marketing, not just in Indian region, but in other regions. And while they've been spending crores of rupees in marketing, we continue to keep an organic and quality-led growth strategy for Frappe. We will continue to invest in quality of our partners, of our internal operations. And that's what we feel that's the best marketing. Happy customer is the best marketing. So that's how I would like to end my talk and invite Parth to talk about how the small business and SMB growth is happening in the Frappe ecosystem. Thank you so much.
Yeah, hi. Thank you, Neha. Quick introduction. My name is Parth, and I am leading the India partnership team at Frappe. Coming to this topic, Frappe for SMBs, and this has been a never-ending discussion inside Frappe. In fact, yesterday only in the partner meetup, we had a long chat around this, whether we want to work on the SMB market, whether we should focus on enterprises, where should we put our more energy on. So by this presentation, we just want to put some things in perspective. We'll talk not only about the SMB market, but also about the enterprises. So moving on, if we look at the SMB market, right? Just to give you some stats, if I talk about India, there are 1.4 crore GST registered business. And of course, not all of them are your prospects, because not everyone is going to buy an ERP for sure. Even if you take 1% of that, that is still 14 lakhs. If I give you some other stat, Tally has 24 lakhs customers, right? And the actual count is more than that, but that is what the published count is. So you look at the size of the SME market. On the other side, there is an enterprise market. I just did some research, and I found out from one article that there are only 8,000 companies which are having revenue above 500 CR. And 500 CR is not probably a truly enterprise business, I would say. But you look at the difference. Now, just to move on, see that if we talk about the reality of SMBs, these SMBs run on very thin margin. And when we talk about business applications, they have very few options. Option number one is they will use Tally, which they will outgrow very soon, right? Because eventually your business operations will become more complex. You will grow, you will add more team members. You will have complex operations that you will have to manage. And then Tally, it's very hard. Other option is that you go for tier 1 ERPs, which are extremely expensive and very, very complex. Like imagine an SMB with 20, 30, or 50 employees trying to implement SAP-like solution, right? S4HANA. These are very expensive. License cost will be probably in upwards of lakhs or sometimes even a crore, right? So they can't afford those. Or there is one more option. They will go with some SaaS tools. But what happens with SaaS tools, the entry is easier. Like you can start with few users, user licenses, and you can start with one app free kind of a model. Then when you eventually grow, add more users, your cost will shoot up. And ERPs and business applications are not something that you plan for 1 year or 2 years, right? You have to think from a long-term perspective. Think for probably 10 years, because it's like you are getting into a marriage. This is going to stay in your company for quite long time. So of course you plan for long term. So these are some of the points that I just covered. I covered thin margins, Tally, or tier 1 ERPs, or SaaS applications. So it feels like their growth is held back by the software. And typically if I talk in the SaaS terms, they are getting penalized for growing. Like, you added more users, now pay me more. So which is a very difficult place to be in. And that's exactly where Frappe and ERPNext comes in, right? So what we are offering here is a solution which is comparable with tier 1 ERPs of the market, but it is coming at a cost of a Tally, right? And that too, if you host on Frappe Cloud or some cloud platform. If you self-host, then essentially it is free. So why would any SMB not use a tool like ERPNext? Like if you ask me, it's a no-brainer. Yeah, and if I talk about Frappe Cloud particularly, right, your cost will be very predictable. Like if you add more users, your cost will not increase. The increase will not be exponential. Like, if your usage increases, yes, you will have to upgrade your plan, but that is also a marginal. So your upfront cost is less. At the same time, your total cost of ownership over the years will also be lesser. No per user licenses. I already covered this point. This has been talked about for quite some time, so I'll not spend much time on this. And yeah, you grow as you grow. And it's not even only about the cost. The cost is just one part. Maybe there are companies who can afford, so why should they not pay for a more tier 1 kind of a solution? On the other side, ERPNext and Frappe applications are also very simple. SMBs don't have the manpower and capacity to run a solution which is categorized at tier 1, because these are very complex solutions, right? So you need something that is simple. You need something that you can roll out in probably a few months. You don't have to wait for 6 months or a year to roll out the system. And also, you need something that is easy to use on the day-to-day basis, right? And that's exactly where ERPNext and Frappe ecosystem comes in. If you want a validation that whether ERPNext and Frappe applications are market ready or not, the data states that there are 12,000 sites which are running on Frappe Cloud using Frappe applications, including ERPNext and CRM and whatnot. There are thousands or probably lakhs of users out there who are using the open source version of ERPNext, which we don't even know. So it is validated. Market has adopted ERPNext, and there is no requirement of any further proof if the ERPNext is capable of handling customer use cases. Moving on, it's not only about ERPNext, right? When you are a business, you are going to need a bunch of other applications, and that's what Frappe ecosystem offers you. There is ERPNext, there is Helpdesk if you want to provide support. There is CRM if you want to do, for your CRM related operations. There is, Wiki, Frappe Drive, Builder, and whatnot. So there are a bunch of tools. Once you are in the Frappe ecosystem, you don't have to go anywhere looking for any other application. That's it. Like your business application search ends here. And yeah, on top of it, I already covered this, but the entire Frappe ecosystem and ERPNext is open source. So technically, there is no lock-in. Even if you start today on Frappe Cloud, you are paying a recurring cost on Frappe Cloud. If tomorrow you want to move out, you have that freedom, which not a lot of ERPs will offer you in the market, right? Which ERP will tell you that, okay, 2 years down the line, don't pay us, still you can use the software. No, that freedom is not there. There is no lock-in, and plus the cost, plus less complexity, it makes ERPNext a very compelling solution for SMB market. Yeah, so I just want to, and yeah, one more thing. Talked about from the customer's point of view, but for partners also, if you look at the size of SMB market, right, it is huge. And because we come somewhere in between Tally and tier 1 ERPs, partners also have a really good opportunity to go after this market and earn revenue through SMB market itself. So I just want to conclude, SMBs do deserve world-class systems, and we are building them. Thank you so much. That's my talk. We'll invite Faraz to talk more about the enterprise business.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I am Faraz Khatri. I take care of the enterprise business at Frappe. So as rightly said, SMBs around the world or even enterprises around the world go and self-host because of true nature of open source. They can go and self-host and use it as per their convenience. Today, my talk would mainly share some insights about open source users, enterprises who are self-hosting, and how we can help them. So to start with, we had a very lean team where we used to go ahead and onboard customers, help customers, and support them throughout their journey. And the growth was inorganic. I mean, we were used to get customers, and also the scale of customers were kind of increasing. So we couldn't understand where we should increase more sales team member, whether we need more business or we should fix our delivery. So we went ahead and fixed our delivery first. We added dedicated support team members. We added dedicated customer success managers who could support global customers, not just India, and as well as we want some business as well. So we onboarded enterprise team members within the team as well. So this is how the team is structured. We've almost doubled down the team within a year. So to move forward, the fundamental question is, see, they are still self-hosting. Customers are going self-hosting. Why do they still come with Frappe, and then why do they want to work with us? Any guesses? No. All right. So the most common ones that we, the customers come to us and they would ask us, would you go ahead and implement? But as Neha rightly said, from last 2 years, we've stopped the services business. So we don't implement. We recommend our partners to implement. And then still they will come to us that we have some customizations to do. Will you develop it for us? No, that's not the case. We even don't do these customizations. We, of course, tell our partners to do the customization for them. And then we still have some type of customers who would say, will you, give me your developers so that I have this work or that work, but still we don't have that model. The most common thing where, the enterprise customers talk to us is mainly because when they are growing and they come and, face scalability issues or performance issues, and they need to scale up their businesses. There are complex scenarios where they have implemented or they have, written some custom scripts, and it, falls into scalability performance issues. That is where they join hands with us. I'll share you some more insights that how do we fix the issues for them. So we have a very high-touch model. See, these are complex business that they've implemented, and they are live on the systems. And then when they are live and they scale, they face issues. So high-touch model mainly would help them with type of right assurance that can get from Frappe. So mainly they, most important is them for being uptime or being, the systems are stable. So with the help of warranty, as Frappe, we can assure them or guarantee them that if they encounter any bugs or they have any incidents in the core product, we make sure that we fix it for them, and also we make sure the system is stable and also secure. Also, there are certain cases where they need a lot of other integrations with, they have other third-party systems talking to each other, lots of volume of, data coming into the system as a backend. So they will need a lot of technical expertise and engineering advisory where they can scale the systems properly. And the best part is priority SLA. So they'll have our attention. Basically, if the customer is open source, they can just go on GitHub and, raise these issues, but there's no guaranteed response from Frappe, or there's no guaranteed response that the issue would be fixed. And these enterprises need less risk. They don't want their systems to be down, or a certain downtime can even impact a lot of, business value. So these priority SLAs help them to make sure they have our attention and we fix critical issues and they can have their system up and running.
Also, a dedicated account manager can help them to prioritize certain things. As in the track one, Nabeen rightly said, we are taking new features, so we have a queue, we can maintain a roadmap, so we can speak to our customer account managers and recommend them, and these are some enhancements that they are requiring, so we can prioritize them. And of course, every enterprise would need to have a secure system, so we will make sure new updates how can be deployed on their production server, which is very critical for them. And of course, because enterprises love customizations, we can recommend the best practices around the code, so that in future they want to scale, they would be able to do it correctly, rather than just wrong code and the systems might get down. So I have a very interesting story about, again, self-hosted customers. Money is quite famous in India. So they are live for ERPNext from last couple of years, and they've been handling around 1 crore of data. But when they go and do their report of trial balance, maybe the trial balance takes almost 30 minutes. So they went and checked with us whether this is a normal behavior. So we rightly said, no, this is not the normal behavior. There are some things that we need to help you with consulting, and then we can see how we can fix it. Similarly, Supertail, one of the good startup ecosystem customer, they've been handling large volume of data, but their inter-warehouse company transfers would be around almost 400 or sometimes even 600 line of transactions in a particular entry. So when at the time of entry, and they found that their stocks are not updated, and it's a really embarrassing situation when they want to deliver something and there is no stock in the warehouse to deliver. So they have to wait almost 5-6 hours to do the delivery, and impact of e-commerce is a bit affected for them. So these are the problems we can solve the enterprises. There are a lot more, but these are the very common issues that these enterprises, when they're self-hosting, they face when they scale. I have, again, one more interesting story. So you're not good at the private organization helping them, but always government organizations have shown interest to use ERPNext. So there was an interesting story with NAFED. This is a central government, and they're still on Tally, and they have almost 13, 14 applications like on Excel and smaller applications which are not talking to each other. So internally, they, as a digitalized way to help the ministry, they wanted to implement an ERP. So they handshaked with one of the PMC, and the PMC guided them that open source is only the way to go with them, which is recommended, that they can even integrate with so many other systems, and you would be able to scale for your operations. But we had a hard time here. We see as a fit. ERPNext is a good fit for them. We even showed them demos, and they were convinced, this is a solution. They went out and did government projects in India is always a bidding. So they released a bid, and we couldn't find a partner that we could go together and bid as a SI for them. So this took us back, and I thought we were going to lose it. And we were going to lose it for some other open source so-called software who's just doing advertising on metros and hoardings. We're going to lose it for them. So I was kind of not happy. But helpfully, my team members did a good job, and then we finally found a SI who wanted to work with us. And apparently, it was the competitor's best partner who were kind of really unhappy with how that hoarding brand did it for them. So a good news is that we won this project. NAFED would be have started implementing ERPNext, and so with this, it realized that we also need a solid enterprise partner program that could help these bigger government organizations and bigger enterprises. So we have a proposal in mind, and whoever is interested to join as an enterprise partner, please reach out to us. We'll be happy to onboard you. Moving forward, so these are some brief offering as an enterprise that they can have. The second and the third is mainly for self-hosting, but we do have our own cloud. We can offer premium SLAs if you're still interested to join Frappe Cloud. So you can just skim through the offering. And we also take feedback from an enterprise customer. So last year, we've been hearing that we need SOC 2 Type 2, and we were not compliant. So immediately we realized that we need to start this process, and we are now SOC 2 compliant. We've completed this certificate as well. And also,
in future, we will have a dedicated enterprise event. So this is the first kind of event that we are planning. So we'll see you somewhere in January in Q4 in Mumbai. I think over to my colleague Smithil, who will share some more insights about how we help our international customers.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you. Yeah, myself Smithil, along with Parth and Faraz, I look after enterprise sales. Sorry to say Parth because he is looking after the partner sales and I look after enterprise sales. Yeah, so the journey has been very exciting. Since Faraz has already mentioned that we have been working with the larger enterprises in India. He has shared more stories about Indian customers right now. I'll be sharing some stories about how we also help the global customers out there and how we scale those larger enterprise problems, basically. So I would like to start with saying that since there was a debate saying that, hey, is ERPNext Enterprise ready? Or is it an SMB product altogether, right? But I'm sure after these stories, you people will have a better understanding that ERPNext is really ready for the larger enterprise, not even enterprise, but also for the government organizations as well, right? So these stories will really help you get an insights about how we are helping them. So one such story is, we visited one of our enterprise customer called Kiosk. They're based out in Kenya, right? Along with our partner Aquatech, who are already present here. They are into a retail chain, basically, kind of connecting with the 20,000 plus retailers out there in those regions. And the challenge was, since they were using ERPNext, our partners helped them implement it, but somehow having 60 million transactions a year, they started facing some of the performance and scaling issues, right? So they reached out to us, and along with the partner, we also helped them optimizing the code. We understood where those challenges are. Like they were facing challenges on trial balance reports and other kinds of stock balance report. The way we optimized it, within probably a week's time, the kind of report were so much faster that they were able to extract the report within few seconds, which used to take some time. So this was one of the challenging projects which took. So why enterprise and the enterprise plans or the kind of enterprise engagement is really crucial, because we being an OEM, we understand that these are the challenges, where are the bottlenecks and how we can fix them, right? Since sometimes while deploying it, we don't understand that, yeah, probably this could be a challenge that come later. But when the business scales, those kind of challenges are identified and we able to fix them. Right now, I mean, they are one of the happy customer, and you can ask our partners as well. Other story is about Unirama, again, a large distribution company having 36 warehouses across Indonesia and Singapore, right? We visited them in the month of July, and along with a partner called Agile Technica, they are based out in Indonesia. They are not present here today, but they were also having multiple such scaling issues, so right? So while we were having a local event in Indonesia, we also visited them, and the entire day, we did a brainstorming, and after that, we helped to some of the optimization techniques, and now they are actually working really very well in our platform. Another example, sorry, we didn't visited them because they are based out in US, so just a picture is there. So this is one of the largest dog food retail chain, I would say, in US, right? So they have also implemented ERPNext with one of our partner called Corsent, which is a US-based partner, right? So with a regular cadence, and they were having some scaling issues when it comes to the cloud. So they were hosting on their own. We had a hybrid engagement with them at that point in time. With this enterprise support plan and the kind of right hosting, techniques, we helped them scale those hosting challenges as well. So this was one such example I wanted to share it with you all. Yeah, so having said that, I'm sure after hearing this story, you people will understand that then since there is no debate about whether the product is for enterprise or SMBs, I would say this product is there for each and every market, whether it's a small business, medium business, or large business. Maybe if we know right approach and right positioning to get into the enterprise, this is really a good product for the enterprises as well. Thank you so much. I'll invite my colleague Ankita to share things.
So, hello everyone. My name is Ankita. I'm the regional manager for Africa at Frappe. So, now we want to give the stage to our partners. So, first up, we want to invite Mr. Kanaya Kale. He is a co-founder and managing director at New Inditrans. New Inditrans is one of our oldest business partners, and they are our gold partners as well. So, hi. So, Kanaya, so as a Frappe partner, how has been your journey so far?
So thank you, Ankita. Thank you for giving me this chance or opportunity. I hope I am audible enough. Yeah. So when we started, as all of you know that we started this journey with Frappe quite long back. So it is almost 15 years, 16 years to us. When we started in the initial few years, I was having a thought that there is no much importance given to the partners. There is no as such partner program. There is no as such ecosystem of partners where everything is revolving around open source software. Of course, that is the core or that is a base. And everything was revolving around who is going to contribute. And yes, so the users, contributors, and of course, the Frappe team. Eventually, Umair came into picture. I think he suggested some arrangements for the partners. He spent a good amount of efforts, and he designed a partner program. And that time I came across that there is some importance and there is some support has been given to the partners. And that is how I think that day and now today, we have seen a tremendous changes and growth in terms of partner ecosystem. In the days where there was a foundation, there were hardly seven, I think, partners who was formally or informally helping in the ecosystem. But now there are 200 plus partners officially onboarded, and out of that there are, I think, more than 50% partners are up to some good tier levels. So that is the change we have seen in this overall ecosystem. So yes, we have seen our journey when we became a bronze partner. I think in a couple of months we became a silver partner, and then in the same year we became a gold partner. So yes, journey has been changed, the growth we have seen, and now there is an equal importance and value has been seen, and we are seeing that in the ecosystem for partners, for sure.
So I can understand that you have had your ups and downs, like as a partner as well. So how has Frappe supported you during this journey?
So let me take you through one incident or one of the story. So of course every business goes through ups and downs. Still we are going through ups and downs. So it is a part and parcel of a business, I would say. It is a life cycle. I got a call from Frappe team one fine day, and they said, we would like to visit your office and just have a chit chat. So I said it was a good opportunity for us to have a one-on-one discussions. And that time we were not having enough discussion between partners and the OEM per se. So they visited our office, we had an open discussion. They were just trying to dig out, or they were just trying to find out what kind of process we do follow. What kind of, do we really have any kind of metrics to measure our departments or the people? What kind of softwares and tool do we use? It was not per se some kind of audit, rather it was just open discussion. And discussion went well. We were under impression everything is good, everything is going well. I think we are one of the partners who are having everything automated. So we were quite happy. And in next couple of days, I got an email from Frappe team, and I saw the outcome of it. And that day I got to know it was a audit, PMM audit. And that day I came across it was a PMM audit process which got implemented. And I think we are one of the partners who was going through the audit process. And that opened our eyes. All our operations are scattered across multiple softwares. I think we were using, that time we just started moving to ERPNext accounting right from Tally. Then most of the things were on, though it was process driven, but on Google Drive, Excel sheets, Some of them were on some custom software developed softwares, and some of the things were on ERPNext. So that really opened our eyes, and that day we decided that I think now we are selling a ERPNext to our customers. So I think the first we need to implement that for ourselves. And that is where we have taken a very hard stand. That day and today, we have seen a major change all our process, right from client onboarding, taking a client lead feedback, not the client, the lead feedback. Uh, that means the sales feedback, I would say. Then operations, managing a projects, managing a cost sheet, managing the project profitability. Then customer feedback, customer operations, support, hypercare, and so complete project life cycle, right from onboarding till exit of a customer, everything is on ERP, it's a single source of truth. And how we evaluate that, so the one way where we have is the insight. And we have been forced to use the insights. So we started using it. Parallelly, we were using it in Metabase and Insights both. And the latest version of Insights, I think version 3, a couple of months back, we re-implemented everything into a third version, V3. And we found everything, all departments, all data, truth is now reflecting on Insights. So that helps us to have a review with each and every departments, each and every stakeholders of our team. And so here, what I got to know, or what help I got from Frappe team, is about the kind of audit report they have shared. That gives us an insight that we are not up to the mark, or not even at the average level. There is a tremendous changes required. So that is a one input, that was a big change, or big input rather. Second, time to time we get a mentorship. So we just have to raise a concern, we just have to raise a pain point or the problem statement. They might not spoon feed you, and you can't expect that from the Frappe team for sure. But they will tell you some pointers, they will give you some pointers or some highlighting things. Just you need to take care it further and ensure that you are following it. You will get a result. Though it might take time, but you will get a result. And that is what the input and time-to-time support we got from a Frappe team.
Thank you so much, Kanaya. But can you also talk about the impact as well? Like once you did all of these processes internally, did it impact your growth? Did it impact your business? How did it help you out?
Yes, definitely. When we say if you follow something consistently, religiously, you will get a result. It might take some time, you will get a result, and that is what we started seeing in the recent time. I got a terminology PDCA, process, do, check, and act, from Parth. One fine day we were just having a talk. That time I heard two things, PDCA and metrics. Then we implemented that PDCA, frankly, in every department, right from sales, operations, and hypercare. That is a post-sales support or post-go-live support. So that outcome we are getting, that results we are seeing, the difference we are seeing 1 year before or 2 years before and now, we are seeing the differences. So one is about seeing the data, and then what action or what kind of action you are going to take on that. So that is where we being a owner or co-founders, it is our responsibility how you take that data and what kind of result you expect out of that. So I think that is where we started defining a stakeholders, or rather the owners for each specific department. So now the difference we have seen, every department we have an owner. They define a strategies, they define an action plan, they define their day-to-day things, they review it, and we get a part of that by having a reviews frequently, and that's where we have implemented the metrics. So for each department we have decided what could be the metrics, what is going to give us what we should be known for what factors. So those factors has been defined for each department, and that we measure quite frequently. Few things happens once in a week, and few things happens once in a month. So that difference we have really seen.
Nice, nice. So I think, Kanaya, from this, I think many partners will actually take inspiration and actually focus on also quality procedures. I think Neha already mentioned about the quality procedures that Frappe is following. And you in the trans have actually done that very beautifully. So it's like an inspiration that can be taken. So thank you so much, Kanaya. That was really inspiring. Thank you.
So one last thing, sorry. So one last thing I would like to share. So don't take PMM as or PMM process, or rather ISO process, whatever process or certification you are going to follow or implement. don't take it as an overhead. We have seen the changes, we have seen the differences of before implementing those processes and after. And the most important part, if you are going through certification, either PMM or ISO, you will reach at to a certain level, and that is where you are called as a certified partners. And the difference of getting implementations done from a non-certified partners and certified partners, of course, I think that users know very well. So my recommendation is to go with the certified partners if you are really looking for a successful usage of a ERPNext product. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So next up, we have Mihir from Akia. Mihir has been the managing director of Akia and SMB Catalyst. They are our gold partners, and he's here to share his journey so far. So hi Mihir, nice to meet you. So how has been your journey? You have been a gold partner.
So hi, good afternoon everyone. Hello. Hi, good afternoon. Okay, actually let me mention this that, no, it's fine, yeah. Thank you so much. The journey has been very rewarding. I wouldn't mince my word, it's definitely rewarding, and I'll tell you a reason for that. So basically, just to give a background and context for everyone here, we are SMB Catalyst, as Ankita rightly mentioned. So as SMB Catalyst, we're a management consulting firm, and that's what we are doing for last 11 years. So a couple of years back, we started as a project management company, trying to solve and implement ERP for various clients, and with working with different implementation partners. And happened to come across ERPNext, met Rushabh at a point in time. He mentioned you should definitely look at this, and then we started. What has definitely helped us is the fact that now when we go to the client, we can give them a tech blended solution, not look at business alone, but also look at the technology side of things, help them complete that entire cycle. So that is why it's very rewarding. The only interesting thing, what Frappe has enabled, I think there are 3 or 4 things that everyone should definitely know about, but it's important to also iterate why it's important. I think the first thing is Frappe has a partner-first policy. So as I think Faraz mentioned, Smithal mentioned, they have been talking about the fact that they don't do implementation on their own, which is not true with many product companies. They want the partners to implement. And it's a very big decision, right? It's not easy to decide such a big decision because it's one of the revenue drivers for any company. So what has enabled that is that they put the partner first to implement everything, and they want enable the partner to do it. So that's definitely a big plus. The second thing, I feel that it's a truly open source product. So basically, as a consultant, when you work with companies, we think like a owner of the company and solve company problems. And it's very important that we are not arm twisted by license Raj and so many other things which you don't talk about, right? Because you don't know what is there in the deep, right? For example, every time you have a product upgrade, new licenses. Even new people added, new licenses. And it's a pain, right? And SM in a mid-sized business and even large companies today, they are cost conscious. So I think that's very important. So I think with these 2 things, it enables to deliver much more value to the customer, and that's what has helped us. That's definitely there.
So what are the kind of the internal processes that you have done for a successful implementation? I can understand that you are very enterprise first.
Yeah.
So how have you done the internal processes implementation, and how it has led to a successful implementation for you?
So let me start with one important thing. If you look at a statistics of, if you Google it, right? You can do it after this anytime. And list down the top reasons why ERPs fail. And hardly you'll find the product as a problem, right? It's not normally the product. There are 3 or 4 reasons why a typical ERP implementation would fail, or there will be extension of timeline, right? They've been taking more time than we think, or most cost than we estimate, right? And the 2 or 3 reasons are basically not understanding the requirements right, not understanding the business right, not managing the change management, because ERP is not about giving the product, but the users have to use the product. And when you work with SME owners of businesses, large enterprises, not all users will be comfortable from going from one product to other product. There's a learning curve. To ensure that they use that product right is also critical. The third thing is the master data, right? When you look at the data, so any system, independent, right? A small system, CRM, or as large as an ERP, it's a garbage in, garbage out. right? The moment a garbage comes inside the system, as much as I want to avoid to make it work, you will get a garbage out of the system. So typically what has helped us is because, as I mentioned, as a consulting firm, we understand business right. So there are 4 or 5 pillars that we normally work upon. So what we take care of the fact is that understanding the business and getting the blueprint right. That what exactly does the customer want and will that solve the business problem? Not because this customer said so, do this. You have to also validate whether this will work for the customer or not. And not that allows you to save a lot of rework. I think that's one important thing, that the blueprint has to be right. The second thing is the master data management. So ensuring that, at the onset to figure out what are the data that you'll need, what are the pre-go live checklist that is needed to ensure on the date of go live, you have seen through all this thing. That's very important. The third thing is the change management and the project management, the third and the fourth thing. So it's important to be hands-on, engaging with the customer right from advance, and not only with the decision makers, but also the users. Engage with them, make them understand the product, see them that they're comfortable with the product, they've seen the product. So that is important. And when you put this thing all together, right, I feel you have a successful implementation. So it's important to give respect to all the things in that, right? And yeah.
Can you give some examples, like with customers, where you have followed these kinds of a metric?
Yeah, let's take any example, right? For example, let's say when we try to do for a packaging tea company, when we started the project, we realized that the most critical part is the blending, where you have normally a tea blend. I don't know if, just to give a context of how tea is made, you take tea from, it's a natural product, right? You have it get from the tea leaves and tea gardens, and you get this tea, and the package company does and takes different blends together to give you a blended tea. So it's not single a source of single farm, it's multiple farms put together, and the blend is the key to get the product right. Now that's a very specialized blend run that has to be done in the manufacturing process. So what we did was, first we tried to pilot whether the blend capability can be developed in the product, validated that as a pilot first, get that confidence that the product is going to deliver, the nuances of how this is going to be done, because there are multiple steps in terms of being able to not only trace the same product, which is a SKU, but also to the fact that which farm it has come from, and what is the aging of that product, because aging is an important thing in the tea. So what we did was, we first understood, we went to the factory, we went to the sourcing, understood the whole process, migrated process into the ERP, made it successful, and then we saw that now it is successful, we can go, and other things are the standard works, but it's critical. So it's important to see through the product before you start jumping the guns.
Thank you so much, Meher. I think the last example would have been very useful for many partners as well, like especially who are doing the implementations. So I think this is really useful at an enterprise level as well. Thank you so much. Thank you for sharing your experience.
Thank you. Thank you.
A round of applause for him. So next up, we have Christopher. Christopher is part of Pointers Hub Limited. They are based out of Kenya and our bronze partner. So hi, Chris. So you have been a partner with us for the last 2 years, and currently you are a bronze partner as well. So how has been your journey so far?
My name is Chris, and we work with So my name is Christopher, so out of Kenya, Nairobi. And in Pointers Hub, we believe in pointing people to possibilities, where we point companies to solve their problem. So in the ecosystem of Frappe, we used to do customizations and custom application. We used to use Laravel and Django, and we were coming up with a system for a real estate and rental management. And we realized that doing accounting was very difficult since we did not have accountants in the team. And that's when we came up and knew about ERPNext. It was in version 9, and we realized it had a strong accounting, and that's when we came on Frappe, and we've now been doing all our applications in Frappe. Yes.
Nice. So, being partner close to 2 years now, what kind of initiatives from Frappe that you have got has really helped you out to scale up? Can you just maybe elaborate on something like that?
Yes. So, being a partner, there are a few things that we have gotten from Frappe. The first one is having a dedicated partner manager who helps us and takes us through. If you have any challenge or any user requires anything, the partner manager is there to guide us and a link between the client and Frappe. The second thing is that we've been able to get different sessions whereby if you have any questions, you're able to ask. These are sessions held every week, and these sessions really help. So the other thing that Frappe has helped us is that ability to close some of the clients. We have some of the enterprise clients that will require some help, some word from the OEM. And this is where now Frappe comes in and helps us. The other thing, Frappe has helped also the client. If the client had an issue, they had a question, and they would like to be able to understand it. So Frappe would help us and help us answer such questions. The other thing is initiatives like Frappe School, whereby it helps us maybe new entries or the existing people in the company are able to study and understand. And so this reduces our load in training the new entrants because they can always use Frappe School. Lastly, also in different engagements with the partner manager, you get to align your business so that your business will be able to be aligned to what Frappe stands for. So the sessions that we have with our partner managers, they usually help us to scale, to also, in auditing our business, we are able to know which processes we should have, which standard operating procedures we should use. And having like a big brother holding your hand, which is very difficult, they help us do business. So we don't do business blindly as we are implementing ERPNext. Yes, thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much, Chris. Can you tell me, like, you're driving right now towards quality procedures internally, right?
Yes.
So can you tell me what has impacted in your organization because of that?
So one thing that in the audit, we were able to sit down and able to understand how our processes should be. So this idea of knowing that we should have a very standard procedures, that every client who comes in, they have the same experience each and every time. Just like a franchise. If you go to any franchise here in India and in other countries, their food will taste the same. So now in our processes, having the processes put in place, we are able to first, our clients will be able to have the same experience. They will be able to know if we are starting a project, how does it, how will it end? How will we communicate with you? What are the timelines that are required because of these particular processes? As you know, that the process will make an ordinary person do extraordinary things. So because the processes are in place. So I think the process and the scaling becomes very easy when processes are in place.
Right, right. So have you seen any impact because of that, like in terms of your growth and all of that?
Yes, we've seen impact. First, earlier on, you would find that there were duplication of duties. Maybe a specific action needs to be done. And since right now with processes, the tasks and the jobs are done very fast. Secondly, in the client side, they know exactly what we require of them because the process is very standardized. So this makes the implementation to be very fast and to be very efficient.
Right, right. Thank you so much, Chris. Thank you for sharing your stories. And I think many partners over here will take inspiration, and especially our African partners. So thank you so much.
Welcome.
So next up, we have Abdul Shajir from Vani Solution. Vani Solution has been a gold partner in UAE as well as India. Silver. Hi Shajir. So I have been
Hello.
corrected that they are a silver partner now. So how has been your journey as a silver partner?
Hello. Yeah. A quick introduction about me. My name is Abdul Shajir, and I head Wahini IT Solutions in United Arab Emirates, and we have a branch in Cochin as well. It's again Wahini IT Solutions Private Limited in Cochin. And the journey with partner ecosystem is wonderful. And I would like to say a small story. I've been to this community from last 6 years, but 3 years back, when I started my company in Cochin, then when it came success, I have moved to Dubai. Then I started a company in Dubai, then I contacted Frappe. I think I talked to Priyanka. Then she said, you have to get certified to get listed. Then that's the moment I met Mr. Dharmesh. I didn't meet him now. So Dharmesh said, like, there's a test for functional. I've been doing vanilla implementation in ERPNext for around 6 to 10 customers before getting certified. The moment I met Dharmesh and when I attended for the test, I got failed for the first time. And this is the moment when I came to know, like, of Frappe and the school and the process have how much impact on your business. Then I appeared for the test the second time and I got through that. But why I mentioned this is because from that, there's a small game change in my business. I've been more into process. I started believing that it's not all about Shajir. It's you have to build a team, you have to follow the process. So this really helped me. And now today, it's almost just 1.5 years I've been in this company. Wahini IT Solutions in United Arab Emirates, but I've been an entry partner, I've been a bronze partner, I've been a silver partner, and by end of this year, I'll be a gold partner, inshallah. So I believe the process and Frappe school, Frappe ecosystem all helped me a lot.
Thank you, Shajir. So I think like you have mentioned that training has been very much useful for you, right? So how it has helped out in understanding the product? Is it very, very useful as a partner? What do you recommend?
Yeah, again, see, before it was all a reactive method which I was following. Like, the people come to me, I do as I know. And it was so much raw method from my knowledge. But when things got into professional and certified, it helped me to have a lead management with service level agreements where I started responding within 4 hours of when an inquiry lands in my CRM. Then it helps me to follow this band budget and all these technologies. Then it helped me again, I started tracking the lost opportunities. This really helped me to push the lost opportunity to send newsletters, success stories. I even started a small thing recently is when I sign off a project, I meet the customer, I go and take a picture with them, I post that in LinkedIn, so that it's very tough to get an owner onboarded after and it's very easy when you sign a project, but what I think is, I keep relationship with customers. I believe I'm very good in that, even with my friends and everyone, even with the partner managers and everyone. I keep, constantly contact and we talk. So this kind of things was really helpful for me from after this certifications and everything.
So what recommendation would you be actually giving to an entry-level partner who's just being introduced in the ecosystem, or someone who has been a community member who might be starting their partnership? What recommendation would you be suggesting them?
My recommendation will be get certified, but have a very good business knowledge, because yeah, theoretically it covers everything, but still to convince a customer or to pitch a customer with the right solution, you should now you should have that regional experience with the product knowledge, so that I think it evolves with the experience. So I don't know if freshers can track it very easily, but honestly, Frappe plus the experience have to go through for a successful journey, I think. I believe.
Thank you so much, Shajid. I think some note for the entry-level partners that certification is very, very important. So please do complete your certifications if you have not completed. So thank you so much, Shajid. Thank you for sharing your experience. So with that, we end our business talk. Any questions that you have for the business team, please raise your hands and we will take it one by one.
Hi, this side Vimal Rugani. So it's such like been mentioned that ERP is a quite different game. So just trying to understand, like even just now been mentioned by the Abdul that we need to be a certified first. I've been certified ERP just few months back, but still I'm quite new to the ERP system. I'm a bit confused about becoming a partner. Is it, what do you exactly advise? Is it right time for me to become a partner? Like I need to be a bit more mature in the ERP ecosystem, then after I should apply for the partnership.
So I think it depends on at this point of time what is your current situation as well. Of course, you can reach out to our business team. We will help you out. But I think it's always good to do one or two implementations. But we will be along your side as Frappe. So I think before you start, of course, the Frappe school training is a good way to start off things. And then you can be part of the Frappe ecosystem as a partner, because that's when you are going to be getting the value out of the partnership. So I think that would be my recommendation. But I think Faraz and Neha can chime in and if they will have some recommendations.
I agree with Ankita. See, if you have a very large deal, then you can sign up for partnership. But if you have a small deal, maybe get 1 or 2 successes out. Most of our partners join after having at least 3 to 5 success stories. After then they become a partner. But if you have a large enterprise deal and you need direct help from us either in a deal assistance or during the delivery process, then you should sign sooner, because that will help you in that customer. But otherwise you can just get started. And easiest way to get started for any partner is work with one partner for the first implementation. Work with someone, get hands-on experience, shadow the implementation, and that's how you learn the best, in addition to Frappe School and everything else.
Thank you.
Do you have any deal locking system for partners and non-partners? So for example, I'm working on a deal. I'm not a partner right now. Hopefully we will be partners, but till the time we are working on a deal and customers, you know, they take a bag and go shopping. So do you have any mechanism right now to lock the deal?
Currently, we don't have a deal locking system. See, we are all about open source, so we give the full control to the end customers. So if an end customer is evaluating 3 partners in parallel, it's their choice. Also, we don't have licensing fees-based commissions also. So in any way, it doesn't matter. Whoever is the best fit for the end customer wins the deal. Does that answer your question?
So in terms of deal locking, we can give preference. We have within PRM, we have something called partner leads, partner-owned leads. So once you're a partner, you can go and add your lead, and we understand that you have added first. We can give priority or attention, and we can win this together. So this is what we have as a process as of now. But for enterprises, maybe we can vouch if the partner has the best quality, we can recommend them there.
I actually missed that part. So we do have a process where if you take our help on a lead, we will recommend you only to them. So irrespective, like in the journey of the evaluation, that's when if you've shared a deal with us and we've helped you, then we'll recommend you only for it. Any other questions? I know the talk was very long. We covered SMB, enterprise, but any other questions?
Hello, I'm Amol Patil. So I have been working with one of the organization, and in last month, we explored about Frappe, and it was really interesting. And we are building a application for one of the warehouse management. So we are about to release the application, and of course, hearing all the talks, it's really interested to become a partner. But my question is, at this point, since we are about to become a partner. So at this point, would there any help that our development team would get in terms of implementation? Of course, our team is looking at the documentation and those stuff, but sharing those best practices, is there any kind of a support system that can help us, to get not familiar, but best implementation, Frappe's best practices or implementation kind of a things?
So currently we have resources that we share with our partners. So there's nothing that is as such publicly available, but you can check out the webinars we do. So we have webinars on different domains done by our partners on YouTube. And that has been a great learning source for new partners to learn about the product and different domain and the complexities in the implementation. But other than that, we don't have any specific resources or public training. Yeah, so we've had some white papers that also can help you on agile methodology, on best practices for implementation. Those are slightly dated, but the content is very useful. Recently, some partners told us they've been referring it. So we have some white papers on the website which you can use for your current implementations.
Hi, sorry to answer. I work as a partner manager here. So, sorry, even though you are not a partner, if you are in touch with us, we surely go out of the way and help you out with what are the best practices in our industry. Eventually, you will get the best practices and you will soon become a partner. So that is our part where we, even if you are not a partner, we surely help you out on that. Yeah. So you can get in touch or you can fill the form of the partnership and we can have a discussion on that.
All right, I think we are done with all the questions.
So there are many people who want to become partners. So there is already a QR code at the Frappe booth. So you can just scan it and show your interest. So we'll get back to you on that. So you just have to go to the Frappe booth at the exhibition and we'll help you out over there. Thank you.
So next on track 2, we'll have flash talks starting at 5. We'll break for tea and we'll be back just before 5 minutes for 5.
Hello. Hello. This one is ready? So before they connect this thing, so good morning, good evening everyone. So we from Tridots, we have built something innovatively. You know, Frappe Builder is meant for usually websites, right? So we can do good looking websites, and Mr. Suraj built a great tool for us to build websites, right? So what we have done is like, you know, using the same Frappe Builder, we were trying to experiment certain aspects inside the Frappe desk pages. So we can create desk pages using Frappe Builder by creating a lot of good number of components, you know, in the builder itself, which can be drag and drop, and you know, dynamic widgets can be developed and deployed. So these are the key advantages where we can use the existing technology stack without you know, having an additional technology in place to build a good looking pages. We can create native Frappe desk pages using Frappe Builder. These are the key advantages. So I have this is a screen that, you know, we have built using Frappe Builder. Probably we'll be able to help you to understand how it is actually works. So this is the dashboard, typical our Frappe dashboard. So where, you know, you will be seeing you know, the standard dashboards. So now (1.5x) fast. Yeah. So this is the page that we have built using Frappe Builder. So where you can see all the components, right? Let us open it in Builder, and let us see how we can modify certain aspects of you know, components or this thing. So you can see that all are, you know, editable components. You can see everything is a component. It's not like an image where you will be seeing everything as a independent components. So we have created a good number of components, whatever the reusable components. You can see the components there. So we'll be able to simply drag and drop the components. We could be able to write data scripts where dynamic functionality, which we can retrieve the data from, you know, database Frappe desk, you know, pages, and we can embed dynamically, and we can render the different components. Probably you'll be able to see, you know, right now we are trying to make this particular icon as a hyperlink where, you know, you can just simply select that icon and you can give all the standard links. And also you will be able to, you know, connect our Frappe database with the data script, and easily we'll be able to bind it. So also you can drag and drop the components. You can fast forward probably to save the time. Can you fast forward? So now we are drag and drop the particular components. Say for example, card component we have just populated. 2x for speed. Yeah. So where this can be, you know, where we have generated all the necessary components from the Frappe Builder, like, you know, HTML, JavaScript. Usually when you wanted to create a custom page, we used to create a page, and, you know, and we'll have a JS file or Python file, everything to be created and do the functionality, right? Here, whatever things that we are, you know, designing here, we are generating JS file, necessary JS files, Python files and everything, and we are just populating in the respective application folders, and it will be immediately published, where you will be able to, right now the data script that we have tagged it, and you can see we have rendered the blog. So we have retrieved the blog from the database and dynamically rendered the components. So, and again, and you can see the nothing that we are publishing it, right? So we can preview it and you can publish it. And also we are working with, connecting with the GitHub, so that whatever the things that we are doing, irrespective of the domains, it can be pushed to the GitHub, where we will have a centralized builder tool where you can manage multiple websites. So Mr. Shabez is the key behind this particular tool, that he has actively worked in this particular thing. So also we have built, revamped our Tridostech website from the scratch. We wanted Mr. Rishabh and Suraj can come and once this. Suraj, please. So the entire page, so we have taken some inputs from Mr. Rishabh about the schema and everything, and based on that we have built the entire website using Frappe Builder. Frappe page. So these are Frappe landing pages. If you go to any of the pages, ERPNext.
Nice.
Yeah.
So the more signups you can get to our to Frappe Cloud, we can do that.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rajarajan and Tridot's team. It was a wonderful launch. Next up on the stage is Mr. Kanhaiya Kale. He will share a success story of a customer called Physics Wala.
Hello everyone. We worked with, so actually this presentation was supposed to be presented by a guy from Physics Wala itself, but they are going through IPO process and public listing, so they couldn't make it. So on their behalf, I am making this presentation. So we did this implementation for them. So let me take them through the story and the journey overall. So you know very well the Physics Wala started with a concept that education should be affordable and accessible to everyone. That was the mission. They started in 2014 as a YouTube channel, and since that time it is a YouTube channel now. So having a education, there is a need of institute, and institute can't be scaled up to a because there is a ample space and ample of infrastructure required, and it can't be affordable in that case. So that's why they continued with the YouTube as a channel, as a medium for the for their business purpose. So when they started, they were small, but in these last 2 years, 3 years, I think they went around 15,000 plus employees, and they are quite big. They were going through various challenges. So all their IT infrastructure was scattered across multiple softwares, right from Finley for managing accounts. Some of their accounting were happening on the Zoho books. Some things were happening on SAP, then Zot Forms, and many other softwares. So that time they came across, so the Yogesh Shukla, the guy who was working in Bank of America, he joined Physics Wala in 2017 or around 2017, and he came across, he attended Frappeverse that time, and he attended few talks, and he came across the ERPNext. The principles behind ERPNext and there, so this ERPNext is open source, it is open for all, accessible to everyone, and affordable to everyone. With the so software is having the same principles, and even they were working on the same principles. They thought this is the right platform. I think they should move on. And around that time, they explored various other softwares, right from SAP, Oracles, even Zoho up to some level. They were not getting that freedom, the freedom to use, freedom to customize, and that freedom they got, being a democratic organization, Frappe, they got that freedom in this software. And they thought, let's move one by one all their IT infrastructure to a ERPNext. And that's where they came across Indictrans in the same year, 2017-18, and we joined hands and we worked on various automations. So we started with their first subsidiary company, Xylem. We automated all their process, right from P2P, accounting, assets, sales, everything. And slowly we got into their main parent company, Physics Wala, where we implemented P2P cycle, where user base of P2P is somewhere around 800 plus, accounting users close to 300 plus, and the employee strength close to 15,000 plus. So all their operations of ticketing management, help desk, all their asset management, and even the education module for 4 institutes they have made live. And it is fully integrated with their SAP accounting. So all their centers, 100+ centers, they are now, their assets, inventories, they can access from a single location. Operations, P2P operations specifically, which was their very pain point, got resolved, and now they are smoothly managing all their P2P operations and accounting part in this. And the most important part, this can be customized up to their, which can meet their use cases, which can fulfill their use cases, and that's why they prefer to go with this and continue with this. So since that time, they are using this software, and they are quite, I would say they are quite comfortable and happy, and we feel this is a successful implementation for them. Now, why they feel this is good? So of course, they got a right software, and after comparing with many other right solutions, many other solutions or products, and at the same time, they got across a partner who can help them in making that accessible and making that get implemented successfully for them. And that's where they found this is the key or the reason to continue with the ERPNext as an open source platform and as a IT solution for them. Yeah, thank you. Any query or something for me? Yeah, please. So we started almost couple of years back, but one by one we started taking use cases by use case. So we took a Xylem, which took almost 6 months for the complete implementation of their subsidiary. Then we got into P2P process. Again, that took around 3.5 months for the complete P2P process, and then linking that or integration with the SAP. Then we got into help desk management, support tickets management, and recently we are working with the education part. So I think each case took almost 3 to 4 months on an average. Yeah, anything else? Any query? Okay. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Kanaya. So our next flash talk is from Mr. Abdullah Munir. He's from Bangladesh. He's the founder of Invento and has built the Bangladesh compliance app. So he's here
to demo that. Welcome on stage, Munir.
Am I audible? Good afternoon. This is Munim, co-founder and managing director of Invento Software Limited. So basically, I was working on implementation of ERPNext since 2015. Since last 10 years, we are implementing ERPNext in Bangladesh. And last 2 years, we have started implementing ERPNext outside Bangladesh. So we have clients like in Dubai, in UK, in Saudi Arabia, some clients running in USA, and some customization we are doing for some other regions, some European countries as well. So from Invento, since 2015, approximately we have delivered 600 plus projects, and currently we are around 30 team members. So today I want to talk about one of our recent implementation which we have done for Bangladeshi compliance. So it's called Smart VAT Chalan, and it's similar to some other e-invoicing like what other countries have, like India have, and Malaysia have e-invoicing, KSA have e-invoicing. So it's similar to that. Maybe you heard about the recent incident took last year in Bangladesh. So due to the government change, the new interim government came and forced all the businesses to start pushing the data into their central system. So the first thing starts with vendor configuration, like the vendor who are actually making this integration to the work. So we have done that. And the next thing is configuring the companies, like someone doing the business. The early implementation or the industries we were focusing is on the retail. So those companies who have like 20, 30 plus outlets in Bangladesh or maybe in some other countries, multi-location, multi-regions. So mostly they were our client in the retail industries. So they need to register as their company if they have multiple company, if under one company, if they have multiple branches, so they have to register by themselves. And you know, the government policy changes a lot. Frequently they changes policy. They make different tax rule, VAT rule inside their system. So once the invoice is created, like if you are dealing with B2C, like POS invoice created, what government wants to directly send this data into their portal. That is called NBR, National Board of Revenue. And also if you are generating sales invoice or if you are doing any sales, system will automatically needs to send the data live into their portal. So all the relevant information are there, and once you send the data, the payload, we have to keep it as a record, and also all the callback functions, we also keep it as a record. And some reports we have done, like reports for the VAT invoice, like once this sent to the server, you can download the chalan of that invoice, and that chalan directly came from the government portal, which has some specific format, like government format. We also have some sync functionality, like it's supposed to send the data live, but there could be some error, maybe from our side, maybe from the government side. So we keep it as a sync now button, that if any invoice failed to send or sync to the server, we also have that button as well. And also for all the ruling, if there are any ruling changes, there is a sync button in the master data, where if you click on the sync, all the recent changes will come up to the system and automatically map with their service type. Like in Bangladesh, if you are dealing with different services, then each service will have different VAT or tax code and different percentage. So those are covered as well, and we have couple of reports for VAT, for service types, and at the end, one small dashboard where you will see glimpse of what is happening. And if there is a failed sync, then you can resync those invoices as well. So what happened last couple of years, since we are also dealing with international clients, so we have to increase our team size, we have to expand the team size. So earlier we used to do lots of things like develop system in PHP, in .NET, some products in WordPress as well. So what happened when we start pulling the resources from the different technology stacks? So the guy who is developing for like application for last 10 years inside Windows, they don't want to switch their operating system. Like there is a dependency where you need to like write, or you need to have the Ubuntu operating system. So Frappe Docker, we found it's not that flexibility it's giving. So what we have done, so we have created one app. Inside the app, if you run one single script, then it will automatically create sites for you. Like you are giving the site name, example, maybe test is a site name, and system will automatically download everything for you. Like it will download Frappe, it will download ERPNext, and any other custom apps if you want to like add it to with it. So now you don't need to write manual commands like to install it, and now developers from any other different stacks, they can use it. So since it's inside the Docker, so the user friendliness gets much easier. So there are a couple of options, like if you want to check what are the running my instances inside the Docker, and what is happening, and how many sites, and if the Docker is consuming all your resources, all those things you can easily get from the CLI, from the command line. Although we didn't create any web interface, but from the command line, since developers are friendly with the command line, so from the command line you can get all the information you needed from the Docker. Another thing is if you want to pass any file outside your environment and inside your Docker, so this data or file sharing, we keep it a bit simpler, so that you don't need to know much about the Docker. Only you can use the command line and you can transfer file. There are a couple other options right now, like what is the access container shell, and if you want to check logs, that okay, what are the Docker logs, and there are something like if you want to install prerequisite packages, you can also do that. If you want to create site logs, if you want to check the logs, everything, you don't need to go like inside the Docker, and the guy who is developing don't need to understand Docker much, because the freshers usually face this problem that they don't know much about the Docker. So that's why we build a system which actually helps the developers to development, make it faster. That's it. Both the repos are already public inside the GitHub, so you can have a look. So the Frappe Docker Manager and also the Smart Web channel, you can raise issue, you can raise ticket. So we are happy to solve anything if you are facing. Like it's not completely published for the web challenge, so it's still in the beta phase, but hopefully within this month we will make it live for the production sites as well. And also for the Frappe Docker, if you are facing any issue like in the Windows or in the Mac instance or any other instance, you can raise a issue. We are happy to help and solve you. Thank you. I think I don't have enough time for question. If anyone wants to ask any question. Thank you.
Thank you, Munir. Next up, we have Sayantan Ghosh. He is currently interning at Frappe, and he has built a web shop with Frappe Builder. So he's here to talk about that. Welcome, Sayantan. Please give a round of applause.
Am I audible? Cool, okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Shantan. I am an intern here at Frappe, and for the past few months, I have been working in web shop. So the main issue that users complained about webshop before was the lack of customization. There was not a very straightforward way for users to change the layout, the look and feel of the website very easily. Also, the UI looked a little bit plain, in my opinion, and some of the parts of webshop was not really responsive. So this looks fine on desktop, but in smaller screens, the UI kind of broke. So the solution, well, we have moved the entire front end of webshop to Builder, and including all the pages that is required for an e-commerce site, and we have given it a fresh new look. So what does this mean? This means that you can customize any page of your e-commerce website to your heart's content, because end of the day, it's a builder page. This also means that you have a lot more APIs now. So previously informations which were not available, like website details, wishlist information, all these things are available now via APIs. So someone who would like to implement their own front ends, they can also do that. But for people who would like to go with the pre-built pages that we are shipping with Builder, this is how the new fresh look of Builder looks like. So this is the new homepage. Previously, webshop did not have a homepage. You had to create one yourself using the old website builder. But this time we are shipping a minimalist looking, very elegant and modern homepage. This is the products page. This is where you get to see all the product listings, the collection list. You can also set up a few filters to sort the products. Let's say I want to choose, let's say 2-seater sofas, I can do that. I'll just give you a short demo of how the filters look like. Yeah, that's mostly it. But let's say that you are not really happy with this minimalistic, modern, monochromatic theme. No problem. Introducing themes. You can change the look and feel of your website with just a few clicks. And okay, can we go back a little? That did not play. The previous one. Yeah. Yeah. No. Okay. I think there's some issue. I think so I pressed the back button. Sorry. Yeah. So changing themes is pretty simple. You go to the web shop settings, you select the theme, you click save, you go back, and when you refresh the page, the entire theme has changed. The entire look and feel of the website has changed. It's now more colorful, more playful, and it has more rounded corners. So this is how you can change the entire look and feel of your e-commerce site with just a few clicks. And changing the theme not only changes the landing page, it also changes the products page. So this is how the products page looks like in the new theme. Well, I can just keep on showing you all the pages, but I don't really have that much of time. So last but not the least, Webshop now has its own workspace, which means that each and everything that is related to your e-commerce site is there in one single place. No more fidgeting around trying to find webshop items and then coupon codes, orders, sales, and everything. They are there in one single workplace. These are the pages that are there. So this is the orders page. You can get to see the charts and everything. And finally, once again, I'd like to remind that webshop is now kind of headless, which means you can implement your own front end. You can go ahead and change anything that you don't like in any of the themes, any of the pages. But you don't have to do that. You can just create a theme or pages of your own. You don't have to follow whatever we have done. So it's up to you. Unlike previously, webshop has now gotten a lot more customizable. The revamp is still in its early stages. We have to do a lot more polishing and testing. But these are the things that we have planned for the future. More themes are coming, and API documentation. So right now the APIs are there, but they are not very well documented. So someone who would like to implement their own front ends, they will have to do some digging in the code to understand what API does what. So we will be doing some API documentation very soon. That's mostly it. Thank you. Keep an eye on the webshop repo on GitHub. That's it. Thank you. Any questions? Cool. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Santan. So that's all for track 2 today. Next up, we have the musical show that is arranged on track 1 in the main auditorium. You all can head there, and we'll see you there, and we'll see you tomorrow as well. Just a small amendment. Before the musical show, we also have an open discussion running on track 1 in the auditorium. So you can avail that as well.